It's funny, the Discord screen capture shows me a little bit, so like I can see your mouse moving and know that like stuff is still happening. And I just get to fantasize about like what fucking thing is he dealing with on his side.
Well, now we're live.
So
Now we gotta figure out what we were doing.
wait, I thought we had
This
a
guy's a
dog.
little different. A dog?
Yeah, didn't the dog come with us? Do you remember the dog?
Oh.
He's not in there though. I thought he was party member
What?
number 6.
What did we do with the dog? Did the dog get out? Who was supposed to look after the dog?
He was your fucking dog. I didn't.
Oh, man.
Oh Jesus!
What a way to start off the stream.
Where'd he go? A lot happened last stream, but I guess you could summarize it as we took
Wild
out the
arms.
bad guys. Yeah, well, that's you could just break it down to 2 words. Yeah. We took out the bad guys' 4 pillars, and that revealed the bad guy fortress, and then we went and fought the bad guy fortress.
The Diablo Pillars and the Heimdall Gazo.
Uh-huh. That's what I meant. And I knew that. I was just generalizing
Of
for
course.
the audience during the recap.
Of course.
So, we beat him up.
Vince Veld.
Everyone but main character escapes. And main character gets into a he's not dead. The bad guy comes back and main character fights him. Bad guy reveals he's launched a nuke. So a big pentagram in space appears.
The
and he
nuclear
announces-
landing site in space.
And then the main character's like, oh no. And then the fortress explodes also. And main guy ends up in space, floating in a void. And then his consciousness is taken to the realm between worlds, between life and death, where the sword magus has been hanging out this whole time, I guess.
I guess.
And she's cool. I liked her a lot.
Yeah?
And she explains, back in the day, Blazing Demon, Blaze Lord, Lord Blazer, that's it.
Lord Blazer, that's it.
He couldn't be defeated, so she ended up sacrificing herself to trap him. I don't know how, but he got inside main character. That's our access transformation. It's Lord Blazer in there. I missed the part where that transfer happened. Like, I don't know where he was trapped. Because, like, it happened when Odessa just opened that demon portal, right? Which, by the way, is a thing that they can just do, I guess. They haven't really done it since, but... Or is that how they do some of their monsters? I don't know.
I don't know. It's an option, though.
So what, they just like opened one of their portals to like get a couple bad guys, and they ended up getting the super bad guy, who the ultra cool main character of a fictitious game before this one sacrificed herself to seal away. They just like yoinked him out.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Neither do I. But that's him. That's Lord Blazer. And she says, you know what? It's probably fine. Just use his power. You can do it. And then she says you can go back. If there's a part that you go through her memories while she tells the whole story, and then you get to the end of her memories where she sort of sacrificed herself to seal things away. And it's sort of, I like the idea of like where her memories stop, there is only the unknown. There is only possibility. And so the idea of harnessing this possibility space, of turning it into the place where you want to go and leaving, is a neat, fun idea. That's my interpretation. the text in the game didn't really spell it out as such, because it's not capable of doing that. Everything gets completely fumbled in the translation. But this was the sense I came away with, and I liked it. And I've made it a point recently, sort of between streams, that like I should try to be positive about things that are positive in the game.
Okay.
I don't want to just be dunking on this thing the whole time. I think we will dunk, absolutely.
Absolutely.
We'll be doing windmills and 360s behind the backs and all kinds of stuff, but I'm also gonna try to enjoy things. And
We're just single dunking, no double dipping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you dunk on like a sick fucking, like, go right over their heads and like dunk it in, and then you turn around and you go, hey, good try.
Wild dunks. Yo, what's up, Exuna? What's up, Nico? Thanks for the 9 months, pal.
I see the notification in chat, and I'm like, cool. Finish what I'm saying, and then register it. And then I realize, oh wait, an alert played while I was talking, and just completely demands all attention right now that I'm not giving it. I'm not the streamer.
Fine.
It's inelegant. Whoa, you fucked that little guy up. Just a little guy showed up. He was like, hey, what's going on over here?
Whoa.
So you return. No help thanks to Fine, who braves the Millennium Puzzle.
I was trying to figure out why we did the puzzle. I still...
The door there... Okay, so first off, theory. The other girl we met in the Between Dimensions White Zone with the Sword Mages, I think that might be Fine's sister. Right?
Okay.
So I think whatever went wrong with the Millennium Puzzle trapped her there. That's just a place where people who get trapped go. That's just what it is. You get trapped, you go there. So I think that was her. And so the Millennium Puzzle has the ability to access people who are in that trapped place. And so they went there to open the door and find him and get him. But it didn't work because she's just not good enough. She fails. They leave, and then he finds his own way out anyway. And then, overcome with emotion, there's a scene of her just running. She's just running to town to tell him how she feels. And it's too late. He's already in his bedroom with the girl he loves, confessing. And they get together, and she's just outside on the stairs. Double fail. Poor Fine. Is she my favorite character in terms of design in this game? Maybe. I like the way her cape kind of splays out at the bottom. Anyway, we come back. The dog, I thought, came with us. We were in the final corridor, and she's like, "Go down there. You'll go. You'll be back." And he said, "Come with me." And she said, "I want to," and then didn't. And that was unclear.
That was kind of weird.
She totally could have played it cool too and been like, "No, my place is here." But she like kind of had a bit of a breakdown and was like, "No, actually, it really sucks being here, and I want to come back and live life so bad. I deserve it after what I sacrificed." And then there was no justification for why she couldn't do that. I felt like.
Yeah.
But she stays. And I thought the dog ran away with us to catch up.
Yeah, he ran in at like the last moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he might be somewhere. I don't know. I thought he'd be with us, but he's not. And now we get back and see the damage that the nuclear orbital platform in space has done. It planted like a little stain, they called it. A little seed went into the ground. And it got bad, and then it started spreading, and then the sky became blotchy shadows. And now we just gotta do what we can do to survive the apocalypse here in Disc 2. That's it. We're all caught up.
That's it. What's up, Stoms? So the guy here said something about it was near Baskar, but then you call it in and they say it's near Sealshay?
Well, 2 places to go is a lot less than all of the places. So that's encouraging in its own way. See? Positive.
Positive.
Jorf, before we started the stream, you said something wild about
Was it that wild?
NES Classic. Is perfectly wild as any Wild Arms.
I was watching a Night Haruma, a Japanese Twitch streamer, playing Shatterhand. Except in Japanese, it's not called Shadowhand. It's called Soul Brain. Special Unit Soul Brain. And it's based on...
Wait, Soul Brain : Special Unit Soul Brain?
Super Rescue Soul Brain is what it's called. It's based on like a TV show or something. That's as far as I got. Reading the Wikipedia
That's probably...
page.
Is that the original? Is that like what it was, and then it came over here, and they're like, that's dumb, no one knows what that is, Shatterhand.
It must be.
Right. One of the levels in Soul Brain, it's Soul like the sun, not Soul like
Yeah.
this thing I don't have.
Okay.
One of the levels is a circus in the original game, but it's a submarine in Shatterhand for some reason. How did they do? They just changed all the graphics? Like, how do you just tweak a circus to turn it into a submarine? Just like, all right, we get rid of this clown nose and engineer.
A little more than a tweak, isn't it?
Alright. You flew around, you scouted it out. Scouted out. That's a phrase that will expose our Canadianisms.
I failed. I
Scout
gotta
it out.
take the hovercraft. Wait, Canadianism? Scout it out?
Yeah, the out sound.
Out?
Oot,
Out?
oot in the boot.
Scoot it out?
Scoot it out.
Scoot it out there, eh?
One of the most Canadian videos I've ever seen is a guy who gets harassed by a goose every day. He's out there, he's like, this fucking ghost! Out the side of the house! Go on, get out of here, eh?
Oh, man.
Alright, sorry, it's prohibited.
Alright, that's too bad. We tried. Here we... What?
I don't know what we do about big cyber lock doors. Whoa. The assassin's the one with Mage's Blood. Right, because she's trying to hunt down Lord Blazer. That's her thing. I'm curious if that... You weren't main character when you walked up, right? You were fine?
Right.
Because we were wondering... the Sword Magus referred to herself as our older sister, but it's common in Japanese for just an older, friendly female type to just be called an one-san, which is a term for sister. So I wasn't sure if they were doing that or if they were actually related. So I would be curious to see if main character could also open that door.
What's up, Ibams?
Not a lot of beds. It's mostly been
Bombs are in space now.
Nukes. Yeah, that's true. There's lots of bombs.
Whoa.
Look at this fucking room.
Oh, that's kind of hard to look at.
Oh, can you clip that corner? The big diagonal, though? Oh, wow. I didn't think
Wait,
it would keep
that's how
going.
you meant?
No, I thought walk around the thing and risk falling into the lava if it scooches you off. That's gonna be some kind of lava walking boots. Something. Something to get back up. I guarantee it.
Rad blades.
One's use.
One's use, yeah. Oh, you just keep going.
No. Instead of ice physics, it's lava physics, but it's the same thing. Oh.
You just keep
Boy,
going.
you really don't stop. Alright, do the room again.
They're so rad.
Boom, 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 boom.
That was it? Whoa!
Oh, you got those rad boots on, I guess.
Just through the sky.
See, all the other characters had a lot more characterization, so they made the backstory chamber, and they make you go to it. Okay, so now I'm thinking blonde-haired girl we saw in the end zone was Aisha.
It'll be fine.
It'll be Fine's sister. Which means that would mean that Fine and One are related. But then the door would have opened, so that's all wrong.
One of his other doors? Okay. Thank you.
You gotta go get a memory from each one. Get the full story. How fast is this? Not fast enough.
It's like the same speed as just running.
Yep. Well. But you gotta predict the lava. Why did they make you do it 4 times?
Why do they make you do it at all? We're back.
Is she coughing or laughing? She's got one hand in front of her face the whole time. Could still be either, though. The Bernadettes. Whip. She's been living her whole life as a human concealed weapon, or whatever the phrase was. Did she just imply her memories about Lord Blazer are gonna make her go berserk?
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
That's the kind of thing I would expect our main character to say. So I ordered gelato from this hotel restaurant, and I legit looked like someone put refried beans on it. It's one of those ones where, like, you can't hide your visible disappointment on your face when the person hands it to you. You can go over lava, but not water, or is it's like a little bit too deep?
It's down a little bit, man. Down in the hot tub.
Oh. You gotta hit that diagonal. This is so wacky. You go to the right side, yeah, and then dash left into the switch. You did not. I asked if it was refried brie, and she said, nah, that's pecan praline. It was bad, I told her so. You did not. You didn't tell her it was bad. Like, did you take a bite right there in front of her and then just be like, this is bad? She asked if I liked it, and I said I didn't. Alright.
Alright.
Oh, Aisha was her old name. Okay. So then find sister in the void then.
Reawaken. Access.
We've just been watching her stand there the whole time.
Wah, wah,
Wah, wah, wah. What?
No problem.
It's like she did her own, like, wah, wah, wah. It's like, why did you do that? This is your big awakening. Type of spirit response weapon that changes the user's will to battle strength? Oh boy.
Again. Are you really?
I told you I was gonna get a little bit out of control when my memories came back. Wah wah wah. Hey, thanks. I'm all wah better now. Don't worry about it, wah. Yep, that was it. That was the solution.
That was it.
Oh. I thought for sure you were gonna have to use the diagonal hook shot on the higher level to get out, and that's why it was there. Why only that side?
Why? Oh!
Oh. Can you hookshot the chest? Oh, Puka.
This ain't no Zelda game. Mega Berry.
Mega Berry.
Mega Berry. This is how you commit to a direction. Left side.
Oh. Left side dash.
Didn't matter.
Trying to open two chests at once? You're crazy.
Crazy.
Puka can get at least one of these. Maybe both. Probably not both. But then how? This box?
Box is weird.
No. There's no way to like...
Whoop.
There would have to be like underground tunnels, and you drain the water and push the box through the tunnel and then flood it again, and it floats up in a new place. Like, they wouldn't do that, would they?
Like this kind of.
Oh, like it's just the boundaries of
No.
a square, so the corner...
Oh.
Oh my god, he's right! They're right! Oh, come on. This'll work.
Lucky card.
That's stupid.
That is stupid.
That's really clever, though. Well done.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Memory time.
One is awakened from her blood the memories of the sword mages, which was about the far distant past when Filgaia was burned by the blaze of disaster, Lord Blazer.
The demon.
The demon, Lord Blazer, who plies the scorching hellfire by thought, takes in all the wrath, sorrow, and negative feelings of people and grows fat as a curse called God. What? Like, when you actually read the sentence out loud, like, your face just can't help but, like, screw up and be like, what? Like, 100 wraths and 1,000 sorrows. Those possessing flesh and blood consume flesh and blood to come into being. Those who consume emotions, in other words, hearts, take shape that way. They destroy beings of similar substance. Physical forms taken by spirits and forms of similar substance also need to be cut by the spirit's blade. It says also, but it never talked about the spirit blade in this text box yet. Why does it say also? It's just constantly not right all the time. It says it's such a small thing, but when it says also, your brain instinctively is expecting something tying to information you've already had. And then it just goes, just jackknifes off in some weird new direction, and it's jarring every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is only a vague sensation. This entire dungeon has been nothing but vague sensations about what it actually means.
Equilibrium could collapse at any time.
He's been pretty blasé about the whole thing,
Yeah.
considering there's literally 2 wolves inside him, sort of thing. Whatever. I haven't been keeping track of the number of doors in this room.
This has got to be the last one.
I think it's entirely possible we don't even fight a boss here.
Yeah. Wait, is this it? Oh,
Yeah.
Big berry. Mini carrot.
That made that cake song pop into my head. Short skirt, long jacket. I like a girl with a big berry and a mini carrot. Just like a little
I
thing.
don't know if I know that song.
No? I only know like 3 Cake songs. And one of them's a cover of I Will Survive.
The man gosh.
You okay? Where are you?
My main gouch.
How did they manage to translate mangosh? It's a miracle.
Whoop.
Whoop. The classic fall into a trap, but actually it's totally okay thing.
All duplicators? Oh my god.
Look at this fucking Zelda dungeon
duplicating.
boss hole.
Whoop.
Yeah, that's not at all what I thought was gonna happen. That was so weird.
That was wild.
Everything in this dungeon has been like locked doors with retinal scanners, you know? And then all of a sudden
And
it's
just
like
magic? Trap doors?
whatever this is. This is pretty magical, I guess. A veto from the Bernadette side. The suspicions have finally been cleared. I'm now confident that the blood flows within me. I'd rid this body if I could die a hero. And burn the world.
Who will burn the world?
So she couldn't beat him because of humans. Negative feelings will end the world of humans. And no matter how much she brandished the power of her spirit, not his spirit,
Lord Blazer's
with only one
spirit?
person's heart. As a last resort, Anastasia, in exchange for her life, trapped him behind the Event Horizon. That's what they
The
call it.
Event Horizon.
So this is a classic. This is the negative feelings of mankind made manifest by a big monster who returns all the time. Like, I think that's why Dracula is always there in Castlevania. Persona has a thing with that I won't say anything else about.
Have any symptoms? What?
Do you have any symptoms? Well, when I exploded in that fortress, something snapped inside me. That's it. And then a different character unlocks a new ability.
Swing.
Like, that makes as much sense as if, like, Y just suddenly was like, bing, I can do this now.
That's it?
That's it. No boss. The Grotto of Lord.
That's it? We did it. Right.
I mean, in any other game, yeah, absolutely.
This isn't any other game though, man.
This is Wild Arms.
I don't even think we fought a fight in there. Not one.
They did mention Baskar.
They did.
You want to get in a High Seas Disc 2 encounter?
I don't know.
I just felt like trying to do the Diddy Kong Racing hovercraft sneak.
There's nothing out here, man. The world is dead.
There's nothing anywhere.
I don't think this guy talks about Baskar anymore. Just like said it once and then that was it.
Maybe he'll see your new rad shoes and he'll be like, whoa, you are totally ready to go to Baskar.
No, I still
They
just
will
looking at
love your
books.
shoes. So what's the deal? The Valeria family and the... What's the other one? Bella...
Bernadette?
Bernadette. They both got Sword Mage's blood?
I guess so.
Biblio's here, giving you the stinky cheese.
Hello!
Right, well, I guess we just go to Baskar and cross our fingers that something happens.
Oh no, they're licking each other. Oh no.
Oh,
What have you done? What have we done?
that's not okay. You could put like a lollipop in the middle or something though, and that's not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm really glad a cutscene played as soon as we walked in.
Yeah.
Alright, they had a vision from the Guardians.
Wild Arms in the middle. Sealed Sanctuary.
Have these guys done anything to earn our trust since
No.
trying to sacrifice our... Okay.
Speak of.
What? It's like, are you just trying to get us to use the sacrificial altar again? And he's just like, oh, you know me. And it's like, ah, Grandpa.
The nose face again.
Grandpa's like, yes, you would. No, you can totally go there and just talk to them. It'll be fine.
There's no myself to me.
I am me, but there is no myself to me. So if there were a medium, an information matrix, then I could change into anything. I am only me, Puka, because there is no myself.
That's true. We could have ended this game in Disc 1 with a little sacrifice.
It's kind of unclear to me what the sacrifice actually was gonna do. Right? Like if they had said, "Oh, the planet is cursed with this stain, and it's there's like an evilness in people's hearts that is spreading, and the sacrifice will make that go away," that makes sense to me. But sacrificing him to make a terrorist organization stop its evil plans doesn't really make sense to me.
Right.
I was just excited that I now have 2 lick emotes, and I just had to watch somebody play Police Quest 4 to get it. I really liked a couple of those Sierra point-and-click games.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. I like the ones that kind of came later than that one, though. Full Throttle, King's Quest 6 and 7. Those were games the whole family gathered around the computer and played together.
Raftina.
I remember Raftina.
I remember Raftina too. What's up, R-Man? Thanks for
Because
the
I made the joke that, like, she's a girl raft.
Yeah. I remember that.
I am me, but there is no myself. Instead, I am never myself, but I am instead me. Myself is a constructed imagination of the pillars of Diabolo. Sacrificing myself will not destroy me, but instead purify the holy energy of Shine. I don't know if Discord killed my schlorp sound of the lick emoji at the end.
Don't worry, I made one too.
Okay. I wasn't sure because it sounded louder than the sound that I made, but I was like, did we just perfectly in sync on my end anyway? Do schlorps? Synced schlorps? It really was like exactly the same like volume and like start and end point, like we're right at the same millisecond.
I was thinking of a you know what they say line. I think it works better in text though.
This unsettling music.
Is it true? Oh, it's going fast.
Trying to even get what note that is. I forgot these two had a burgeoning relationship.
A thing, yeah.
A thing, yeah, that thing you just said. That's what they got.
Burgeoning relationship. They got a thing. That thing.
One of those things. Nice quadruple talk. Oh, it was only a triple, I think.
Go make it a quadruple if you want. Are we just gonna go there or what?
There's no dots on the radar. Oh, that was a pillar down there in the forest. Remember we were like, there's gonna be something down there.
Yeah.
And then do you remember after that when we like literally last stream, remember there was a pillar there? And because I didn't.
Music's gone.
Oh.
We're good now. It's all good.
We did it.
Where am I?
This music sounds a lot like the final ending theme to Chrono Trigger. At least the intro did, anyway. And the synth thing comes in.
Yeah, it gets a little synthy.
Oh, yeah. You stopped and started spinning, and I thought the game took control and was animating.
Steep mountains
you
of
did the right thing.
Urartu. Far away from the eyes.
Far
of the world.
away from the eyes of the world.
But like far away where? Like where specifically?
Dude's just like, it's so far. It's so far away. You're like never gonna find it. It's so far. We put it there so that no one would ever find it. It's it's impossible to find.
Just double check. I talk to everyone in town.
I actually can't tell whose inner monologue it is when you walk up there. It's Wise, right?
Maybe.
Although that character did have inner monologue for some reason.
I don't know where we're going, man. Let's go fly around, look for some mountains.
I remember the name Urartu Mountains.
Yeah.
Do not, even a little bit, remember where I saw it. You could like walk up there if you could find a way to land here. That looks like some final dungeon business.
Man, you walk all the way there from here.
And then you get here and there's nothing.
There's nothing.
There's no landing point, there's no beach.
You hear something later.
Totally. Well, Urartu. Where to? Urartu.
It's right here. Mountain. No?
Far away from the eyes of the world.
I thought we were good. I thought we were good when we walked in there and we got a cutscene and
You're never safe.
it's like there's not like another exit in the town or something. Nothing.
Yeah, I literally don't have a better idea than getting in the hovercraft and going somewhere that looks vaguely mountainous.
This looks like a sacrificial
around.
altar right here. What's wrong with this?
It sure does.
Just right here.
West of Island Outpost.
Highland Outpost?
I think that's just on
Is
the.
that-
It's like what it's called when you warp to it. Maybe where we get magic? Where we could go get more magic. We did get a crest.
I don't know.
Yeah, we delivered it, man. He took off. I don't know what to tell you. I like to think of it instead of a D. You put the OK hand emoji at the end instead.
You okay now?
Yeah, west of there. Whether you do it in the plane or the hovercraft or you walk, that I don't know. Maybe if you warp to Holst, there's a hovercraft spot. Yeah, you warp there, and then it makes the hovercraft go there, and then you just warp to the hovercraft.
Perfect.
So there was a town at the base. Wait, what town was that? It's not on the map. It was something. I don't remember what it was, though.
Oh, this game has battles. Do you know that?
It wasn't very hard.
Our battle time's over. Oh, there's Lawn Beach.
Apparently we've been here, but I don't remember it. Oh,
Oh,
that's where I remembered the name Urartu.
we went under the mountain in the train.
Can we still do that?
Well, violation of the treaty.
That's true, they did kind of have a nuke on board the train and then they just let it go somewhere. Dude, the train's ready to go.
Oh, there's a chest.
There's a
back there.
chest! Oh, what? You just run back. If you talk to him again to ride the train, does it just go forwards? Like, what happens?
What is it? You turn around somehow?
Yeah, like there's just a bunch of boxes in the way. One way. It's a one-way train. It goes once and then it gets stuck.
Oh,
and
now
it
they
can't
turn it
turn-
around.
It just magically turns around. Oh, I guess it curves at the end, so okay. They could have done something.
It curves
Well.
at the end?
Yeah, the track curves like into the background, so like they could open a fence back there and they could turn into it. Do a loop, come back around. That's all I need. I just need a little hint of something. Ba-ba-boom, ba-boom. I wonder if this is outdated. Oh no, this Eagle Quill is very outdated. And yet, it's only 7 better. Okay. Yeah, actual trains can just do the reversey. Well, some of them anyway.
This isn't gonna be where we want to be, though. Right?
Oh, yeah, this popped us out on the other side. We want to be in between.
Yeah, there's a green dot up there. Alright, we'll fly it in.
I was looking at the mini map. Oh, that was so funny.
Oh, there is a little.
Oh shit! Wait, but
Is that? Oh yeah, there's a green dot right there. It's right there.
yeah. But then, how do you get to it? I don't know, what's the fastest? Maybe the north? Yeah, Gilgalad. Wait, you're on the inner sea here.
Is that not what I want?
I don't know. Maybe not. Oh no, wait.
Oh,
yeah, you are
yeah.
on the inner sea. It's blinking green on the outside for some reason. Oh, that's the one you're on. Okay.
Yeah, I do want to go on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beach is here somewhere. There it is. We haven't taken any damage since we started the stream. I'm pretty sure.
It's been an hour already.
And yet, our health is like all messed up. We just haven't bothered to rest anywhere.
We walked through lava. That was.
Oh.
That's what did it.
That would do it.
Oop.
Alright, here's hoping this little thing actually goes somewhere.
This is a different little thing.
Oh. Oh, there's no dots.
There's nothing here.
Then why?
Some shamblers here.
The Shambler. I never noticed, but when you have 1 and Y in the same party, that looks like one way.
One way. The little dot we found up there.
Maybe if you put OK in the party, it will look like only. Yeah, so there's this path, but I don't know if it...
Gotta be something. It's just right there. Sacrificial
No,
altar.
It's just there. Okay.
That's kind of a weird place for it.
I mean, it's far away from the eyes of the world. Whoops.
Isn't their village hidden in the forest already far away from the eyes of the world?
No.
Okay, you got me there. What is this little...
Do something to it.
Doing all the things to it.
Maybe it's a button poop it can hit.
Yup. Oh.
Yeah, I knew it. I saw it coming a mile away. No, back up. Spin that camera. There it is. Oh,
What? Oh, it's the same one.
it's the old one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing is down low.
This thing.
Whatever it
What-
is. Get it.
How do I interact with thing?
It's play Mortal Kombat.
Right? Mortal Kombat. Just get a kick. Just a little. Yeah. Oh. Where?
What is this statue? It's a dragon? All curled up? Oh, I see it. Cool.
One Wayne?
Yep. Sunbird. I don't know what a sunbird is. I know what a sun bear is. Sun bears are nightmares.
This is Sun Bear.
It's fucked up, man.
I know what an owl bear is. We're playing a game here. Sun bear, owl bear, owl.
Barn
something
owl.
else? Oh, barn. Ah, you got me there, man. Barn horse.
And then I have to I have to call you on it if I think it's not real. I have to be like, no, there's no barn horse. And then we Google it and we see. Yeah, the best way to experience sun bear is to just type sun bear and then click images and experience the full spectrum.
All right. Well, I got everyone. Everyone, do it.
Yeah.
Sun bear. Images. The tongue. Oh no. He's got
And
like,
it's like really thin and like kind of wiry in a way you don't expect from a bear.
they got this patch of fur that's like a little bib.
Yep. The eyes go out to like both sides in like a really dopey way.
Oh, the
It's
one
like
standing
somewhere-
up, it's like all skinny and weird.
Yeah. He's hunched over and looking at the camera like, what? What do you want? Like he was just taking out the garbage and then spotted some guy in the bushes. I'm just trying to live my life over here. It's literally this one. All right, I have to link this specific picture now so that this joke makes sense to anyone who didn't bother to. But it's this one. I know among the like 50 sun bear pictures, that was the one you were talking about.
Definitely.
Yeah, sun bears are weird. Somewhere between bear and like
Sloth.
marsupial sloth, yeah. Big Pharma brought pizza. I hope you brought enough for the whole class.
That's right. The class which fluctuates in size.
I mean, we got a number displayed on screen right now.
Who knows? We could get like 100-person raid right now. Then
I mean, once they find out that Big Pharma's here with pizza for the whole class, you better believe that people are showing up.
better believe. I'm in a bad place right now.
First time chat from Turbo Dave. Hey, what's up?
Yo, little pizza, what's up?
Hey, Turbo Dave.
What am I doing?
Yeah, I don't know. There is a block down there. There's a block on the side, a little bit, sort of, maybe.
These.
See? Can you just grab that thing?
Can I? Huh? Oh, wait, oh, I saw it. Oh, yeah.
Love me some Wild Arms. Not this one.
Not this one.
Yeah, well, the translation has been
Oh boy.
really bad on this one. Yeah, that square looked a little weird, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the top of the block. See how the blocks have like
Yeah.
a different texture on top?
Yeah.
So it's like there was a hole and then the developer like put a block in it. Some stuff going on in this room. Platform that lowers a little bit.
Hyper gear. Oh yeah.
Pretty hyper. Oh, this one also lowers. The like seesaw. There's a little door down there. Good eye.
Good eye, mate.
Every time I say good eye, I just go into Australian mode, and I'm like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then when you do it, I'm like, oh no.
Oh boy, what is this? This is scary.
This is a clock. It has numbers that go from 1 to 12.
I'm scared. Scary, man.
Path is higher than the evil eye.
It severs
everything.
A
lower
lower chin-biting
chin-biting
steel
steel
starts a fire.
I gotta like write this down word for word because I don't even know what it's trying to do, like as a metaphor.
Creeping flame opposes the flow of time, splitting open the eyes, puke.
Oh, okay. We can read them all and see if we notice any kind of pattern. And then if nothing makes sense,
Is there?
I'll write them all down.
Read them all?
Oh, is there not more?
No.
Is that the only one? This does not sound translated well enough to be solvable. Uh-huh. Yeah, that was the vibe I was getting.
Yeah.
So one of these things is popped up on a square. The other three are not.
Could be something to do with like jumping down. Right.
Yeah, chin bite him. No.
Yeah.
Chin biting steel. Throw a knife, maybe?
Can I move this?
If you did, you wouldn't know, because the detection on pushing and pulling things is so jank.
So many tries it takes to be sure that like I can't move it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wild
But-
Arms.
Everyone who's come in who's been like, "Oh man, Wild Arms, I love these games." I always feel a little bit guilty because we've been kind of dunking on the game a lot, and our character names are all they're fun, but to some people maybe slightly disrespectful even. So I'm never sure how people are gonna take it. So I'm glad that Dave likes it.
Tiles are just like the wrong way on some of these stairs. Just like above them.
Yeah, well, it's taking the same square texture and just slapping it down onto the stairs. So the edge of the stair is alternating left, right, left, right, left, right, because that's the edges of the square tiles.
Talking about the wall behind it. Right here.
Oh. Is it? The wall looks okay to me.
Yeah, we played one and it was alright, and then we decided to play two. And here we are.
We could understand the story in one. It's weird that we can't even begin to try solving the puzzle because we just don't know what you're supposed to interact with. And in what way.
It's really weird.
Yeah, just wreck the place. Just start knocking stuff over. It does look like there's something underneath. Oh, no, that's the plaque. Right. So the big one that's on the square, we can't push that one, pull that one. And I guess when you could do the wind blow thing, yeah. Okay. I checked the solution. You might get there with brute force.
And luck. We haven't even, like, been able to do anything yet.
Yeah. We could try reading the text again. The path is higher than the evil eye.
Evil
Okay.
eye.
So is that the thing in the middle of the room? On the floor? It severs everything. This thing. No, it's not really an eye. I was thinking it was like, the Illuminati triangle with the eye in the middle, but it's not
Sure.
really. It's just another triangle in there.
Okay, still could be.
Maybe.
I wouldn't discount it quite yet.
Every statue here in this room has two eyes, so it doesn't really jump out at me as evil eye.
Or
Single.
chain-biting steel starts a fire. Opposes the flow of time.
I almost feel like there's like another room somewhere.
Yeah.
So you went down that door underneath the like moving platform.
Yeah, we
to
could go
get
back.
here. Yeah, I didn't. It's
There
not
is
like I
not
saw
a-
another place to go. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I didn't get a very good look at the room,
No.
but I saw a pretty good chunk of it, and nothing looked like there would be another way to go. Oh, again, the diagonals are betraying you.
What?
I still just keep thinking of that Pompeii song. Eh, eh, oh, eh, oh, eh, eh, oh, eh, oh.
I mean, we just got some rad blades. how rad these
Oh.
are. It's fucking raddest blades you've ever seen, dude.
There's a face above the door, too. That one has its mouth open. The others
They all look
don't.
like that, don't
That guy's open. Are they all open?
they? Yeah.
Humor. Look at them all. Okay. They are all the same. Throw knives. I like
Where?
it said steel. Every one of these faces
These faces?
gets a knife. Yeah. I do like the idea of just like playing a video game and the answer being throw knives. It's different. Why does the knife not hit and bounce on that thing? What's up with that?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
huh?
Oh.
Bit of luck and a bit of brute force.
That was it?
All of that text was shoot a fire at a thing? Oh my god.
We did it.
Why? What about? I want to go back and read the text and like. It's too late now, I guess. Is this a monkey? What is this? It's sitting like a nice, happy dog, but then its
Yeah.
face is like a hippopotamus or something.
Yes, it just needs a trim or something.
He's a good boy.
What did we get?
Stone lions.
Statue in the shape of land.
You can put that on a pedestal somewhere so we can complete the dog, dragon, lion trifecta.
Yeah, there was the fire backwards through time.
What was
Did it-
chin biting steel?
Yeah.
That was nothing. Chin biting steel. What? How did it become that? That's not the sound I expected those to make. That little wall up there, yeah. Oh, but also that one. Okay, so that looks really good. Oh. Oh, just drop down onto it. That's easy. But then you lose your position.
Merfeather.
Is this gonna replace that thing when we rode the train 5 times to get? Yep.
Feather.
Does this button let you get out? Is that what it's there for? Or there's 2 buttons? What?
Just step on it normally.
Who is talking?
Travel it with a real strong impact.
Was that the game talking to us? Having trouble? Like, what is that?
Having trouble because I'm stuck.
We're on disc 2. It's the first time that there's a button in the, you go from here, it's down and left. Right up against the wall.
Oh.
This talk of translation reminded me of this clip from when we played Wild Arms 1. This clip is titled, I Ditched Mother and Returned from Hell. Then feel when you go ultimate edgelord. And then it's me losing my mind. Trying not to laugh too loudly because it's probably really late at night. Our list of spells. We briefly see it in the clip. Oh my god, hold on. Heal, High Sparku, Randy, Queekaga, Deaf Down, Get Out, Fight Mo, Higher, Rain Bowdy, Angry Pirate Face, Real Windy, Pick 'em Up.
Forgot about Randy.
I don't even know what it is.
I don't know.
It made sense to us at one point. Is that a mermaid? It
Oh,
did
random damage. Good old Randy.
Oh, are these two blocks there? Stacked on top of each other?
Oh, you think I can just like pull one out? I don't think
know.
so.
I don't even know what you would do with it.
No. Yeah, I remember. It was just really good.
Alright, now remember, don't sacrifice yourself. Just talk to him. If they start talking about wanting your blood or your soul or whatever, you give them a good firm no.
The Pillar Boy. Yeah, I brought the sacrifice.
Destiny. Alright, I'll let you know. The invading presence in the world is none other than the other world.
Yeah, the other world.
Just like us, the world is a collection of small lives that is one big spirit. The world has overstepped its boundaries and is devouring other worlds. Just like us.
Ridiculous.
So the monsters. Yeah. You can't fight the world, idiot.
No response.
He's asking for a sacrifice, I think. Hey man, come on, it's just a little life. Come on. He's asking you to sacrifice yourself like a guy who wants you to drink at a party.
Uka, I beg you. We gave Wise so many sorcery apples. It's gotta live.
Divide.
That's the solution. Divide yourself, sacrifice one of yourself, and the other one gets to live.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
All enemies' powers will be cut in half.
That seems pretty good.
Okay.
None of this does anything at all to advance the story.
Hello? Roger.
Oh, there's an emergency to respond to. Thank God.
And it takes us there? Oh my god.
What if you didn't do that? Would you just be walking around until you called him?
I guess so. What about that statue we got? We worked hard for that statue. What's that for?
Lost garden on the lone island in the inland sea. Frozen lake of hell first round?
First round?
Wait, that's like who's... It's signed by that. Like, that's where you would put your name. But they signed it Frozen Lake of Hell first round.
Yeah, who was that?
I think first round is wrong. It's like... if there were 4 tiers of people in Cocytus or whatever, right? Like first lieutenant or something.
Mm.
And then Frozen Lake of Hell is a reference to Cocytus. Cocytus? I forget if I looked it up how to say it.
Hey, Tifa. Hey, Fireball.
First level of hell.
Let's go to the Lost Garden with all haste.
I had to look up some Divine Comedy stuff for part of a puzzle. Is the first level technically Limbo?
On an island.
Inland Sea Island.
Inland Sea.
We have absolutely no hostage negotiation training or anything. There was that part of Frog Fractions that was where the hell is Carmen Sandiego, and you had to reference the text of the Divine Comedy to solve the clues. Oh, no, not where the hell, where in hell. Remember not to get emotional? Is he telling us not to whine that we have to go search for another fucking thing where we don't know really where it is?
It's right here.
Right there.
It's right here.
Maybe. Probably.
Probably.
Hopefully.
Alright, land the ship. Get off. Teleport to the same place. Teleport to the hovercraft.
He's got it down.
He's got it.
Oh, watching the vision cone just wildly sweep back and forth on the mini-map is just so good. And then the music kicks into... Alright, this clearly suspicious thing that I'm sure we pinged
everything just
multiple
looks like
times
this.
earlier. Yeah, that's true. It's the same building.
It's just one generic ruins building.
Ugh.
They want him to control his emotions so he doesn't like turn into Lord Blazer or something.
Yeah. I think that's the play here.
What
It sure looks like maybe that was supposed to be stairs, but actually. Got a little button square. Step on it, takes you across.
Ooh.
Nope.
Nope.
It's got a little heart on
There's a
it.
block with a face on it. I don't know. All the things. What a heart's like. Air ballet?
More than knives.
Case. Randolph the Magic Key's power. Hey, Randy.
One in the ground, face up. There's one here looking away with a heart on the back. A locked door. There's
There's
a
a couple
weird
ways to go.
like what's this like little sunken in like wooden box at the end of this corridor, like on the right
This?
here. What is this? Why? What?
Oh.
Is it the same stone texture but it's just yellow for some reason?
I think there's been boxes like that before, just for decoration. Leave someone here to conduct mental jamming.
Okay.
Jam it. What the? You just can't.
Oh, there's like a tiny little cube that you were on. No, you just can't.
I just can't.
Invisible wall. You can go on the cube if you want.
Okay. Oh no. I missed it.
Oh,
Gizmo.
Gizmo.
They're doing 0. We missed them all.
Main character's not even in the party.
Yeah, where'd he go?
He's controlling his emotions.
Alright, pineapples.
He's immune to fire and ice. What do we do? Pineapples.
Pineapples.
He did it.
Come on, the cube. Whoa, don't fall off the cube. Oh no. Yeah, why did it do this? What is this?
I remember in Final Fantasy 1. Nice diagonal move. Oh.
No.
If you just walked off normally, does it raise when you land on it? You know, you can do your fancy diagonals again. That's fine. What? Why you gotta be so fancy about it? Oh my god. That is absolutely not what you are supposed to do.
Dwarven. Losing people. It's just a hole here?
Using the magic characters as mental jammers makes sense to me. The hole is weird.
You wanna jump in the hole?
Probably just gonna go down to that face. Remember that face?
We'll save the hole for later.
Here's Jorf. He's just gonna step on the red and just, yeah, he's just gonna break the whole thing? Okay. It's probably like if you don't like the party members you left behind, you can redo it.
Oh, I done it now.
You blew it. Just gotta get right on that edge. Or do the puzzle the right way.
Phantom thing. Okay. High voltage energy shells.
Sounds cool. It's weird that you have to go in and use it. Like, why would you ever not want to use it? Oh no, we gotta go down to 2. I guess this whole thing is designed so that you end up with the 1v1. But you could just leave okay here, so...
Cannon will?
A reaction to leaving a party member behind? Nice. Fine. Okay. Why?
Oh.
It's coming in. Oh, I got a feeling you should probably hang out there. Yeah. And then... oh.
No.
Oh, there's a gap. This sucks. It doesn't suck as much.
Oh, it sucks. No, it's fine.
Is it? Oh.
Wait, is it? It's not fine.
You needed to bring him back down before you stepped off him.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh. Whoop. Perfect. Now we get to choose whether we want to be up or down.
Doesn't look like there's anything. Yeah. This way then.
2 ways to go.
Ah. Mega Berry. Mega Berries are like that rare? You gotta put them in a chest in some side area?
I mean, it is a full heal. Basically. It's like 5,000 health or something.
Is it?
If big berries
it
are
is full
2,000.
heal, yeah.
Yeah. We only got 4. So, what do we go with the versatility of our magic caster who can do damage and heal? No, bazooka.
Bazooka. Not even a question.
No hesitation. He's not here though. Your tombstone will read your everything. That's been chiseled into a tablet. That's not like an ancient message left for eons. Like that's a personal message. Kena had to like get a block and a chisel and start etching that one in and then set it up here. Where even are we?
Hey, man.
Our clever plan to avoid being
To
lured
use
out.
bazookas. Should have bazookaed the knife switch. Ugh.
I think it would probably be more interesting if the main character said, like, no, I'm not gonna stay. I have to be one of the people who goes, you know?
Yeah.
Instead of just like, sorry guys, there's a knife switch. They're like, just give me your knives. And he's like, nope. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm asking for a couple text boxes. Or even just don't put his name in the menu like that.
Oh.
Way to go, Jorf. Thought you were so clever.
What? Isn't that what I did last time?
Did you break it?
It's like,
Like, why would it ever go down? Like,
yeah.
you would never be able to get out. Even if you brought all the others down, you'd still hit the wall at the end. I feel like that wasn't right. Oh no, it is perfectly right. Yeah, you drop it.
Steel chin.
That's true. Alright. Sure hope we're full health and everything.
What's this music?
I think that our troubles and the girls are treated the same. You should probably grab her. You should probably grab her and hide her from whatever he's gonna do. Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
Just jump on him. Like fucking Mario, just boop! 200 points.
Access.
What?
A what?
Night B.
What? This overnight bee.
Oh boy. What you're looking
We're going
cool
like-
now.
Saying level 2 here, man.
An incandescent flash is a two-step shift from a thermal overload. That's right, okay. It's the power of that creature. This is the power that saves something important.
Wrong.
Wrong! This is the ominous power which steals important things. Now you can do Gunblaze and Last Burst.
Burst of living energy. Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-boo-doo.
That one was a little bit different, right?
I don't know if it did it like 3 times last time.
I think he only had one sword, too.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, 75. Let's see it. Oh, never mind. I want to know what Gunblaze is only 25. Never mind.
Just some gunboys.
How can you not want to know what Gunblaze is? It's super lame. I mean, it's
all
strong.
blaze, no gun. I mean, I want to know what last burst is.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he's gonna die or something if you do it,
Yeah,
but also.
but we gotta do it. Oh,
Well, he's dead.
Did you?
Did we lose our humanity because we transformed?
We're tall.
Oh, look at us.
Poof.
No, we're fine.
Good.
What are you, alright?
How'd they get here?
Oh, it turns out those knife switches, you can just like throw a coin at him. Oh, she forgot. He took her memories. Oh! Wait, what? No, never mind. Oh, she saw you transform into like a really cool guy, and she was like, "Oh no, this
What, are we
monster."
too cool for her now?
I can't reach him anymore.
Oh, forgive me?
Was it supposed to be her? I can't reach her anymore.
What? 1-1.
I
Not 1-1.
No, but she's like already coming around.
Well, we're really streamlining this one.
He's like, no, I can't reach her. Fade to black comes up and she's like, it was me who was wrong. Oh, is Discord picking that up? Sorry, I'm searching sun bears again.
Man, you're really searching.
Sun bear standing on two legs, tongue
Looking
out.
at the camera. Always get the same results. Thermonuclear mass. Good lord.
Uh-oh. What are all these
Well,
planets?
Yeah. Nuclear Dragon? At a top speed of 480?
Yes! Fucking yes! Nuclear fucking dragon!
That has a
Yeah!
radar jamming effect?
Hell yes! Oh, why? Why did they even use the term nuke? Right? Like they were. Why did they could have? It could have just been some big strong power. They could have given it a special name. Why did they specifically evoke the word nuke and nuclear? None of it is anywhere close to actual nukes or bombs or anything. It's all magic and dragons.
He won't blow up as soon as he lands. Empty reactor, he must accumulate energy.
I love this TV with like this news ticker. Like it feels like there should be a guy at a desk or something. Nuclear dragon screaming towards Earth. The observatory reports the results. I don't think there's any place where it's going to be good for the nuclear dragon to land.
We don't have a nuclear dragon testing site. He's really calling this guy Double G.
Double G?
Gilgalad.
It's not even like his name. It's like the country he's the city of. Or he's the mayor of or whatever.
Yeah, it's like being, alright, Canada.
Double G. Graswein. So he's gonna turn the entire city into a big generator.
Yes?
That's as far as I got. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know how that helps with the dragon.
The dragon who needs to accumulate power, we're just gonna
Give him
make
the
a bunch
power?
of power?
It's beautifully simple. Lure it into the high energy because it wants the energy. Okay. I don't know exactly why, but it's fine. It's fine. It wants it.
Just beat it up. It's just a fucking dragon. Just get him.
It's like that Ghostbusters scene where they like, encounter the ghost and then they're like, now what? And he's like, go get him, Ray! if the plan was to just go fight the dragon, it didn't really matter where it landed. Like, you just go to where it landed
Right.
and then fight it. Why do we need to lure it anywhere? Did he just say, okay, can't go? Because we can't risk him transforming?
Yeah.
You can just click the button to go fight the final boss. Probably not.
Probably not.
They're making it sound like it could be. Yeah, that's also like, if you want to lure the dragon somewhere, why do you want to lure it onto a major city? It's like in Final Fantasy X, where you spend the whole game in fear of the impossible ultimate monster. Then finally you decide to fight it, and you kill it by throwing a soccer ball at its eye. Yeah, that's true. Wakka's blitzballs are really strong.
Well, how about one last waterfall for the road?
Yeah. Before we have a dramatic confrontation with nuclear dragon Grousevine. I don't know what to expect. You think he's gonna be green?
He's gotta be green, right?
I think so. We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Maybe he'll be all melted and fucked up looking. Like in
That'd be
many
neat.
of the other bosses. We'll
I'm
see.
looking forward to it. See you in a few minutes.
Wah 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 wah.
I genuinely forgot about the Domino's screensaver. what a pleasant surprise when it popped up.
I remember just as I was standing up.
A further surprise when I tuned into the stream and saw that they were overlaid over the waterfall. First off, congratulations to Sir Nico, who got that
Yeah,
job.
that's great. And getting more than you asked for, that's really great.
That's amazing. I guess also congratulations to Cheese, who broke the 120-star record a couple hours ago. Super Mario 64.
Cool. Congrats all around.
Congratulations to Jork for remembering to chroma key the game appropriately
Congrats to me.
before going on a break.
I think I got like 8th in that grapple dog thing.
Congratulations! Is it over?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't. I got
What does that
12th.
Oh
Means I'm
no! You're out of the money!
Rip.
All those last minute submissions
Yeah.
cut you.
Oh, that sucks.
Dang.
If I just started like a couple of days sooner, would have had it.
Yeah, I think you would've. And where did Ivan end up?
Oh, someone beat Ivan by like 6 seconds? That's crazy.
Whoa. I've seen a lot of developers have a, hey, the game is launching, we're going to do a speedrun event, there's going to be a cash prize sort of thing. But it's exactly when the speedrun is at its most volatile. Nobody knows what the route is going to look like. Nobody knows what glitches are going to be found, what categories there should be. And then there's also like stuff is being discovered all the time. So the ability to like find new stuff is a skill that will help you win. And then it introduces this question of like, do you share it with people?
Right.
Like it's been such a fundamental thing in the speedrun community that everyone is working together to push the time down on the game. And then in this one instance, runs very sort of counter to that. Like, I don't think anyone did anything wrong if they found some strat and then held it and then used it to win. Like, I think it's kind of interesting even. Like, people who do the work to find skips and routes and stuff are often underappreciated in the speedrun community.
Totally.
So, anyone who has an ability to do and find that stuff and to use that to succeed in speedrunning, I think that should be rewarded. Hopefully, though, everyone understands this, and then after the bounty period is up or whatever, everyone comes together and shares what they've learned, and they push the game further from there. That's the ideal. We'll see how it goes, I guess.
Our math with the terrible games advantage.
Yeah, it's not terrible games, but sometimes if there's just games that people don't want to play, I had to answer the question of, I went on a podcast. We're about to start a confrontation with the final boss. So I don't know if I should get into an extended tangent. What's it called? It was Darkman and Frozen and J Hobbs had a show where they would look at speedrun stuff. It wasn't Sequence Break. The first something? Shoot.
The final split?
The final split. Wait, or was that the one with Sinister One? Spike Vegeta. And...
No, that was
Ooh.
Sunday Sequence Break.
No, that was
But-
Feasel and Gildersneeze and Flicky and PJ. And
Right.
Darkest.
Final Split was Golden. The first
Not the
step?
first step. That's the different show, I think, where they learned to speedrun something for the first time. I don't remember the name of it, but they had a show where they would look at a... They would bring someone on and look at a record and then talk about speedrunning. It was an awful lot like the Sunday Sequence Break. And so they brought me on to talk about Crankdud's Mega Man 02 hard mode speedrun record that he set live at AGDQ 2017. 19? 2019. And they asked me at the end, how hard is this record to break? And I had to confront the fact that, like, well, there's only 2 names on the leaderboard. So how optimized could it really be, right? That's just like a speedrun difficulty or optimization is almost purely a product of number of people over times length of time people have been playing it or whatever, right?
Right.
So I was like, in that sense, there's a lot of room for improvement. Like, he dies and loses like 40 seconds or something at some point in that run, right? Like, it's definitely beatable. But also, only 2 people have ever run this category of this game. Like, there's a super high barrier to entry. It's just a really difficult game. It's on the GBA. The Zero games are never as hot as the classic Megas or the X's. So it was tough. It was like, it's probably pretty unoptimized. Crankdud did his best, and other people have looked at it a little bit, but there's only so many eyes have been on this thing. Who knows what's waiting to be found? Plus just the blatant, like, fixing whatever mistakes are present. Offset by the fact that it's an extremely difficult category that no one wants to play. So I guess I ended up giving it like a 4 or a 5 or something. But it was a very difficult question.
So many monsters we haven't seen.
Yeah, I guess this really isn't the final boss. It's all about memorizing how every attack has combo priority, so you do weird combinations of attacks to maximize damage during iframes. Yeah. There's a bunch of combos that ignore the iframes.
Huh.
Not in hard mode, though. You don't get any combos. You don't do anything. You throw the shield boomerang. That's about it. All right, final preparations complete.
Okay.
I watched a guy speedrun StarCraft, but he would just skip over the defend the base for 30 minutes mission. Just like, I don't know, that sucks. Screw that one.
Just not do it.
I get why someone does that, because it's completely brain dead, and you just sit there for 30 minutes. But also, it's weird. The dragon is not green, Jorf.
No.
He's not melty. He's just a little bit mechanical. The Armored Core speedrun is forfeiting every mission as fast as possible, except for 3 mandatory missions. He's really big, though. I do like how fuck-off huge he is. Is he gonna be that big in battle? Yes!
Pretty big. Belly.
Get him in the belly. Do you think he's gonna shoot lasers and one-shot our whole party?
Nah. I like his angry face.
Is the lawnmower good? I forget.
I think it's good.
What does GAT stand for, by the way? Like, there's nothing about it that's like Gatling gun.
Right.
Just put some GAT on it.
What do you think nukes are weak to? Fire?
Peace.
Lawnmowers?
Close enough.
Nuclear sphere.
Here it comes. What kind of damage are we looking at? Okay.
That hurts.
If you do first aid, is that going to get everyone to full, or is it slowly going to be bringing us down and down and down?
I'm not sure it'll be enough. We'll see.
I eat those sore apples. It's close.
Back to full on line.
Yeah. Missing quite a bit on one.
Miss.
Well, that's a good turn. Mowing the lawn over here.
We still can't use the bionic arm.
What the hell?
We never fixed his bionic arm, dude.
Whoops. Drive can only do 900 something. The sphere.
Got 3 of them. Shit. This guy sucks.
That's pretty bad that we did. We really should have figured that out before we came and fought Nuclear God. Oh yeah, divide. That's the thing that like halves his stats or something? Power? If we get a chance, we should do that. Oh,
What if I just shot him with
the
a
face?
bazooka?
And now he's dead. Oh. No. You just kind of ended the battle. We never broke his belly. We didn't get full experience.
Broke.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lawnmowered it up.
And now the dramatic moment where our hero has to choose. Will he oppose this foe at the risk of transforming? Losing himself to the darkness within? He looks a lot smaller all of a sudden.
Yeah, the top angle does that for you. Always take selfies in top angle. Oh, the belly's back.
No. So this hit us for like 2,000. It hits okay for a lot.
That's not good. That's better.
Same 2 opening attacks so far. I think he did Nuclear Blaze again last time. Oh. You're not dead to a nuke, so I guess you're okay to keep attacking. And now you gotta eat a berry or something.
Condition green.
Or you could bet it all on a last burst or whatever. Mazer, laser, but meh. Nah, I've heard Mazer before. Can't tell you exactly what it is.
Oh, good about it all.
Yeah.
Alright.
His eyes.
A full carrot?
Oh, wow. Who's talking? Oh, the bad guy.
Oh.
During the victorious win music?
Ba 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 ba, Lord Blazer. Here he comes. His kindness has disappeared.
Here it is.
I know one person who could.
You had one job. That's why we named you One. Hey, I'm here.
She's like, I'll do it.
She takes the knife out of her hands.
Got him.
Weird last line from Fine there. Nuclear dragon destroyed. Threat averted. World saved. But I guess there's still like a stain growing or whatever.
Organomechanical. Eh?
The last dragon. Lombardia. The Dragon Caliber. We're gonna fight fire with fire. We're gonna fight dragons with dragons.
I don't really understand what we're fighting anymore.
They seem to imply that there's more than one nuclear dragon. This was just kind of one that came down, and there might be a whole lot more. See, it's so dragons have not been a thing. Like in Breath of Fire, dragons are a constant presence in the entire story and all of the characters. So like when dragon stuff happens at the end, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. In this game, it wasn't dragons at all. Now all of a sudden, it's dragons versus dragons. Magma.
Sleeping volcano. Just go ask for some help. From the legendary Last Dragon. Who we don't even know exists. This might just be a legend.
Just dive into the volcano. Go find it. It's down there, probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
Where else would it be? That whole dramatic scene. What?
My daughter's cousin's friend's gardener says there might be a dragon somewhere. Let's go find him.
That's basically the tier of information. Like, it came from the ruler of his city or whatever, but he didn't base it off of anything. Yeah, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to ruin it, basically, but the big dramatic scene. I just kept thinking about how much I'd like to see, like, voice acting or animation, facial expressions, something that would kind of tell the story better than words, because the words are all they have in this game, and the words part is not good.
Not good.
And the music didn't really get there. This game is pretty good on music. I could see this game selling emotional moments with fantastic music, but it didn't really get there on that front either.
Who the hell was Raylene Observatory?
We went there to get the Aguilite, or the other one, the
Germination.
Gumberry Germtron. One day I'll bother learning Japanese and translate this game properly. Just do an entire video game all by yourself as a beginner level Japanese student.
And still do a better job.
I thought about this. I thought this about one of the later games in the series, but it was a lot better there. This game has like the plot structure of a tabletop RPG campaign. Yeah, you beat the big bad, and then the DM goes home and is like, "All right, I gotta come up with the next arc. This one's gonna be dragons."
Yeah.
What's the deal with one's arm?
I
Like, can we like go somewhere and fix it, or like what?
I don't know. Where you wanna
That
go?
sucks. I mean, we've been to like various arms stores since they joined the party, so I guess it's not that simple. My party just sold 5 barrels full of pickled eels in my D&D campaign. We made a killing. If you use special attacks enough, you randomly get more attacks. But you don't fight battles.
Especially not with him. How do I get here? Is this the one... Do I gotta take the space laser? I gotta take the space laser.
Yeah.
I don't wanna take the space, just let me land.
Nope. Even on disc 2, you're still at the mercy of all these limitations.
I don't know which one of these it is.
It'll say, I think, Raylene Observatory. Just kidding. Why did 2 of them say Silverland? That doesn't seem right. He did it.
Gotten one. Want the thing. Lucky.
Those cards we keep forgetting to use, and we now have more cards in our inventory than exist bosses remaining in the game.
Probably. You think they stack? Think we should just blow them all on one boss?
Yeah, we could try. It'd be funny if nothing else. I really don't like the idea of getting to the end of the game and then running into like a wall of stats that is a big fucking problem for us, and we might have been okay if we had used our cards better, but we blew them on a goof.
Yo, what's up, mid-boss? I know, dude. Competition's crazy.
You thought you were like 7th or something, and then you just like hit refresh and it was like, surprise, you lose.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yesterday when I submitted the time, it was 3rd.
3rd! Oh, wow.
That's how many people were just like hiding times, or it wasn't updated, or what, yeah. Oh, we're gonna get real lost in here.
I'm already lost. Holy shit.
I'm surprised someone beat Ivan by that much. I thought his run was really good.
Have you watched it yet? Probably not, right?
Ivan? Or the new one?
The new one.
No.
Maybe there's some...
Some tech.
Yeah, it's not like just going a little bit faster all over. Maybe there's like one big thing. Hot.
Hot.
And you had some rad blades. Which direction? Just go off into the void.
Some
Oh,
coins
there's
up
health over
dude.
there. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Moon pin.
This is so weird. The entire dungeon has been these boxy ruins and buildings and stuff, and then now there's this really natural looking sort of volcano terrain. I like it. Whoop.
Whoop.
Just thought you'd dip down into the acid just a little bit. Beep up up.
Beep bop 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 bop.
Wrong side.
Oh, that's
You re-
fucking
you-
rude, dude.
Oh, I was like, man, you really gotta learn to let that thing go. And then I remembered that's the whole thing, is that you can't, it just goes. What is this?
Oh.
Is that backwards? Yeah, just run.
Oh, this is nothing.
That's backwards. All of that was just potentially for some health, but then you landed in the lava anyway, so you ended up losing health.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We gotta fight one battle here? Oh man. Oh, look at this guy.
Holy god. Dendrobium.
It's nothing.
Well, it's good to know that the random battles are still dirt easy. That was like garbage experience in gold. Like we were getting that
It was really garbage.
forever ago. I don't know how you're spotting these caves, man. This looks a lot like the first screen of the dungeon, and it's got me worried.
Nah.
Didn't have those archways, though.
Boom. But like on boom?
But like if you drop down, can you climb up? No. You gotta loop around. Wait, but if you could hit it from the other side, then what's the point in making the bridge? I don't know. I think there's a ledge. I think you go,
Oh.
yeah, down right, and you'll hit a ledge. And it won't connect, but it will let you get close enough to shoot it. Whoop. You just breathe in those explosive fumes. I'm sure that's fine.
Right through the sulfuric jet. Huh. that.
He's back. Bug poison? Oh, new gun. Super bazooka.
Mini Scud.
It is a super bazooka.
Flammable gas. Oh, now we're going backwards.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I still feel like that one room, there was you could have climbed up on a curly ledge.
Think so?
Salamandra. I didn't get a good look at it, but part of what I could see was encouraging. Yeah, so across the room. And then down. Any way to get up over here?
No, this is
Just
nothing.
dwarf up there? Shoot. But see that ledge up there, though?
Yeah.
That is where we want to be. Yeah. This dungeon is so mean. Like, if you don't want to take damage, you really just have to get these jank angles. Thankfully, it's also super easy, and we can just heal every time we get into combat. Well, we heal these 3. I guess the other 2 are probably down at like 1 HP at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, this was this. Yeah, there was a fork there. You went down there, but you didn't go... Okay. Yep, and you fucked this up in a new, exciting way. Oh, I thought that said Greg Mantis.
Greg Mantis.
Here I am. I'm Greg. Bye. Is there ever a section where you're just like inside the caves? No, right? Oh. It was that. I thought that was backwards, but it was not.
It was not.
It's gonna make you hop off if you tried to just jump. It wouldn't let you rad blades off, and then you'd fall in the lava.
Yeah, that's where we entered the room there.
Yeah, we were off by a 90-degree turn. I've done that before, where I'm in one of those dungeons that's like grid-based, and I'm mapping it out in like Excel or graph paper or whatever, and you just get it wrong so that you're actually like facing 90 degrees off from where you think you are, and you just start drawing the map and it starts to make no sense. And you're like, wait, this is bumping up against something else that it really shouldn't be. And you trace it back and you realize it's because the last 15-20 minutes of work you've been doing, you've bent the entire dungeon off on an angle.
That's a bummer.
A really fun one.
What games are you drawing maps for?
I was thinking of back when I played Shining in the Darkness for the Genesis.
Ooh.
And also Phantasy Star 1, another game like that. You sure blew that guy up.
Did he blow himself up?
Yeah, it didn't seem like you chose a skill or anything. Power of Destruction. Bombs? Kick.
No, that's the power of patience.
Such destruction. Those bombs did not set off this explosion. No.
No. Only fire. Which bombs definitely are not. Every once in a while you see someone selling like Kid Icarus on eBay, and it includes like their homemade maps they made for it.
That's funny. I saw a tweet today of someone who's been playing Elden Ring and keeping a journal with like drawings of things that they see.
Oh yeah?
I thought that was cute. These little pen sketches of things.
This is a dragon?
It's an organo-mechanical dragon.
Where's the organo part?
Yeah, I don't know. It's on the inside. His tail looks pretty... well, no. Maybe it's an Evangelion situation. He's just got power armor on. Do you think that the big dragon is going to test our power before he'll help us?
No.
Did he really just say the words dragon dimension?
Yes.
I missed that. I refuse. Okay. I was kidding! What?
Yeah, here's the test. No, I haven't played the Kid Icarus randomizer. I've seen other people play it though. Doesn't interest me too much. He's kind of small.
He is.
Belly.
They all got bellies. That's the first signature thing you think of with dragons, right?
Belly.
Horns, claws, wings, tails. No. They all about them.
He's gonna hate the water gun.
He's gonna get all rusted. Here's our new gun, bang.
Bang. Oh shit, we're in cube space.
Emulator zone's here to do a little bit of damage. Alright, here's the one turn you get to spend attacking before you have to do first aid every turn. Mini Scud. That wasn't a lot.
No. I wish I told you here what you're gonna do.
You could menu out.
I could.
Do the thing.
I think we haven't seen this one yet.
The lawnmower is really good.
It's really good. Get
Gee,
maximum.
We need more get. Alright. I'll set it to maximum. What? Why'd it go up there? He shot him in the face and then... Yeah, get wet. Take that. You're wet now.
No, he's
Miss.
not. Oh, man. Must be like a one-hit KO thing.
Yeah, something.
Me dry now.
He's dead.
Oh, I forgot about the lucky cards again.
All these carrots.
Yeah, and the carrots. Blah, 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 blah.
Were we supposed to lose this fight? Like, I don't, like... Even in the volcano, the dungeon has to explode before you leave.
Of course.
Oh.
We left, right? Wow. He's in our ship now?
Just drops us off. I'll just hang out here. He flew us around. Can we just fly with him now and land wherever we want?
The Dragon Dimension.
What a late game reveal. The Dragon Dimension, where robot dragons are from. He's just repeating all the stuff he already said?
Yes. The Kyber.
Okay.
First keyword clue was actually okay.
I vote that when we trap the evil world in something, it should be something small and squashable. But not cute, though. You wouldn't want to trap it in a puppy, and then you have to kill the puppy to save the world.
Aw.
That would not be good. Just like a little gremlin guy. It'd just be like, man, like one of those little Rick Gobb guys, remember? Yeah, just put him in that. And then step on him.
Read the word in the middle of the sentence for me.
Trapezohedron.
Trapezohedron?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
trapezohedron. Not a thing, right?
Exterminate the Kuiper Belt? What is happening?
It's a thing. Trapezohedra are isohedra. The 3 trapezohedra, trigonal trapezohedra, is a rhombohedron having all 6 faces congruent.
Use clues in various places to free the ray points.
Oh no.
That sounds bad. Catapulted?
Oh, I thought he tripped and fell at the end. It's just like, oh shit! He just comes tumbling out of the ship in a ball, falls through the air.
Oh fuck.
Here we go, baby. Wherever we want, we're free!
Look how free we are! Oh, land. I thought it was just like this. Is it too rocky? Oh, it's too rocky.
Oh shit.
Unreal.
He's just gonna hang out though. That transformation sequence is pretty wild.
Yeah, I thought it was a dragon, not a transformer. Oh
can
my
be
god.
both.
Game lagged out a lot there.
Yeah, that was weird. Good thought.
I don't know if I can see that.
Oh yeah, that was a save. Bum bum bum.
Alright, how'd we get here? What's the best way to get the hovercraft on the outside? This one? Somewhere? No.
Does that put it in the little island in
Little
here?
island.
Yeah. That was really good when we wanted to get to the other side of that little island. Wait, island's the wrong word. Lake. An island is land in
Inverse
water.
island.
We one of those opposite islands.
I'm assuming I can go through the bridge.
Think so?
Oh. Do I gotta go, like, open it? Is that a thing?
Huh.
Can I do that?
I mean, isn't there a war point on the other side of it?
Is there? In that part?
Oh. If you warp to Sealgy, what happens?
Let me land the boat somewhere first.
I mean, you're probably gonna land it exactly where it goes when you warp to it.
Yeah, you think there? Probably. Yeah.
Yep. The dragon comes with you. Dragon's not on the map, though.
No.
Well, it sure seems like we're supposed to use our new movement technique to get into the area.
There's that one weird
right.
fence in here too.
Yeah, there was 2 fences, and we were like, maybe
Kinda
the
on
next thing we
west
get.
side.
God, I love the idea of it just being one long fucking bridge, so you can just hold that button down, just.
Be great.
Yeah, we were speculating that our last ability would be something that would get around fences, but then it was these boots. The controls are inside the fence.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone gets a third one. There was 3 in the other game.
Yeah. There's space for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just whistle the dragon over?
I don't know.
Hey man. Oh, the controls are a little bit different. Okay, so we got that one. A lot of yellow here.
Yeah. Oh. One day, did I drop my wallet, and did I pray a fair young maiden would return it to me?
I don't know, did you?
I don't think so.
Have you ever dropped your wallet?
Yeah, I
Might
must
be.
have at some point.
That would suck. That would suck a lot. 2x third probability.
I did leave my backpack on a bus once,
Ooh.
and I was able to go to the Lost and Found and get it. Maybe I haven't lost my wallet, because I've definitely never had to like replace things that are in it, credit cards and whatever.
Did you know if you find someone's wallet, you can just put it in a mailbox?
Oh, really?
Or return it to them, yeah.
That's a good idea. I assume it's got to have an address on the wallet somewhere.
Hmm.
It's not just like, all right, mailman, it's your responsibility now. Figure it out. Ooh.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah, this place.
Yeah. I don't know where
Yeah.
all these duplicator chests are gonna be.
Uh-huh. Some green
Like,
dots.
I remember one in the odd place and like one in a dungeon somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Ghosts.
All right, green dots.
Green dots.
Oh. Okay. No,
Every game's got to do this.
it's never fun. It's never. You're never
Never.
happy to be doing it.
Never ever. Oh, this one's like particularly bad. Why I must fight all these guys? No?
Uh-oh. Never mind, it's fine.
Alright. Let's give him some Tempest. Oh, he's slow.
But that's funny. You had 49 FP, so if you didn't take the -1 skill, you would not have been able to do this turn.
That is funny.
When you say it like that, it's immediately clear it's not funny at all.
It's a little bit funny. What?
There appears to be nothing in this room. Unless there's something in the middle of the
Black
room.
Sabbath?
What even is it?
I don't know.
It's like a little
Like a-
rainbow robot chicken?
Chicken with like a little ruby or something? A little emerald? I don't know.
Like some kind of, it's like a little aquarium on its back.
I had it with some rocks.
Or I guess nice turned to stone.
Nice. Alright, that's where we came in. This way then.
I can't help but see on these birds the Burger King face.
What?
If it was, if the beard, like if you jammed up the contrast and then made it so that like everything was black and white. Damn it, we got 3 of these things instead. Well, we can take a closer look at these. It's just some plumage back there.
Yeah. The tail like comes up through it weirdly.
Yeah, just a colorful little bird. You know, Black Sabbath.
Right.
Everything in here trying to turn us to stone.
You know, like werewolves do. Is there nothing on this side either? There's something out in the middle that I can't see? Yeah, just put a bomb there. Yeah, great. Okay.
There. See, he's got the crown and everything. Just a bearded guy.
I'm not with you on this one.
Oh, the one on the left very clearly has got like. Oh, I'm seeing it now. It's just two eyes and a little triangle beak. No, it's gone now. I can't see it myself anymore.
Dancer's rotating the other way now.
I gotta turn my head the other way.
What am I doing here, man?
I don't know. You're gonna get everyone turned to stone in one of these random battles.
Yeah, I'm just gonna die.
Can you drop into that pit?
Just takes you back to the door.
Hmm. If you activate Puka, does it light things up and help you see a little bit? Not at all.
Not even a little bit. He's gone. Whoa! There's gotta be something in one of these side rooms.
So, like, if they just petrify you while you're fighting them alone, that's it. GG, you lose.
Yeah, what?
Is multi-blast.
They go
Well,
first.
It doesn't matter. They're
Oh.
fast. You should have accelerated. GG.
Continue.
We're gonna spend our Gimli coin on this. And then another one. Just do no, I get. Like, when did we save? This is so
Oh my
stupid.
god.
This is the hardest encounter in the game. This save is at the volcano. What? Dude, it's the dog we abandoned. He's just running wild out there somewhere.
Remember him?
We do have that save state. Oh, we went and picked up all those dots.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have to do that again. I do kind of want to watch this with new context, though. That is the dog. What is this music?
What was that?
It looked like a werewolf in a cave.
Why is everyone just getting wet? You're wet now.
And there she is, Bionic Arm. Fighting a flesh and blood dragon, totally different from the organo-mechanical dragons.
Actually has a different opener. There's a lot of dog in that cutscene.
Yeah. So you can either load that save state of us on the world map or fight that dragon again. Whoop!
That was a good save state.
Very fortuitous. There's a bunch of duplicators and scapegoats, lucky cards.
There's a bunch of crap. A bunch of just garbage.
Go ahead and clean up this litter on the ground.
That's right.
As a good Samaritan. Bullet load, you just like stab it with one of those sticks with the spike on the end. Put it in a bag with a bunch of other garbage. Don't even read it. The bag of garbage is just your inventory.
This was the ambrosia.
Yep, that's a good one. That's not garbage.
Liquid candy right there.
So there was 2 green dots.
There was.
I vote we don't go in the shit cave.
Do you ever want to go in the shit cave again?
I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get some new ability. And then it'll make more sense. It's pretty rare that we saw something in this game that we didn't have a tool yet to interact with it properly, right?
Yeah. Like ever?
Yeah. Go ahead and save it up. Oh, those pyramids? Yeah, I guess if we use a tool to interact with them, that would be something. You were briefly like, what was about this? What is this? What's going on with this? And then just like, oh, it's nothing immediately interesting in the first room. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh?
we got enough points to do stuff. A little bit at least. More than 0. Resist petrify.
What's up with this phantom thing?
40 is a pretty high base number, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe not really. Like I don't know. It's weird how samey all of his guns are, right?
They're so samey.
There's just a
Single, or
sliding
group?
scale. Yeah, it's either single or group, and it either has more power and less hit and less bullets.
Only like a couple percent.
Yeah.
What about the miniscud?
Seems not good. 30 is a pretty low number. I mean, that's because 100 is a big number, but I mean, I guess it's more than the bazooka already. The hit percentage is garbage, but then there's lock on. Yeah, lawnmower at 58. No wonder it's good. $60,000 to upgrade that lawnmower.
wonder where the end game like shop is.
Hmm.
The mega shop. The magic frog you buy all the stuff from. No wonder AM cluster sucked.
8.
I went up by 10. It's up by 10 now.
I love that spike on the graph. I feel like it would be totally possible to upgrade several of OK's guns such that they were all the same damage, hit rate, and bullets.
Yeah. What if the pyramids are the waypoints?
Maybe. I sure didn't write them all down. Seemed like the kind of thing I really could have done, you know?
Mm-hmm. Crimson Castle. It's a little different looking. These ain't your dad's ruins.
I think I've heard characters say the words Crimson Castle in this game. Like Urartu Mountains, the context for it is completely gone.
Yeah, I feel like I might have heard it too. Misty.
What's underneath all those bandages? You'll never know. They absorb earth and whatever element you got equipped on. Okay.
Still holy. Just absorb every magic, I guess.
Possibly. Lots of status effects in the late game.
Is that big strength thief?
It's like someone, like earlier in the game, had a strength thief attack, and then he was like, "Here I am, big strength thief." Oh, there's a chest down there. You can, 2 chests. Well, you could drop down to 1 and maybe diagonal puka to the other.
Oh.
Sweet. Flowers.
It's just the entrance, yeah. Is that that's a door?
Oh,
Is there one
wow.
on that side? No, just that side. Just a little picnic area?
This is where the zombies have lunch.
Undecipherable. Weird.
This music is big chaotic energy, yeah. It's fun and manic. Bring the walls down.
Shit.
Oh, but something's it's gonna.
Gotta choose. but then you can't. So many doors.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That one's probably just good to leave down. Whoa.
Red Barney. Yeah.
Man, being a musician is so hard. Like, if you listen to the backing beat, there's just this like. Oh no, not this part. Yeah, here. And now it's a little bit more musical. No, it's still there. There's still this like, yip, 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 like it's almost like mew 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 mew. And it's like. It works if it works with the song, but like, how do you ever decide like, yeah, you know what this needs? It needs a little meow 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 meow. Like, how does your brain ever go there?
No, I don't think it goes there. I think you're just trying stuff. You're like, oh, you know what? Mew 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 mew. Mew mew mew. Mew 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 mew.
Meow meow meow. Oh, I've recontextualized the entire song. We're gonna be in here for so long listening to it now.
Mew 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 mew
Meow 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 meow. Cut to like 30 minutes later while we're trying to remember where all the switches are in this room and what door they were in. We're just both of us together. Meow 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 meow.
I feel like we're there already.
I did think it was kind of interesting that you came out the other side where those two walls were. This place looks... Oh, you brought the walls down. You can get through. You're through.
Yeah, I did it.
You did it. We're progressing.
Uh-huh.
The darkness this path does lead. He who is from the land of the sun must leave if life to him is dear.
That's not that dear. A little sacrifice. Fools!
Fools! This is some La Mulana shit. Don't come here. And then you go there and it's just like, no, I told you not to. I cannot believe that game has a tablet that's like, don't fucking read me again. You're not gonna like it. And you're like, what? And you read it again and it just permanently activates hard mode for the entire game. There's just like extra enemies, like that.
Forget about it and then come back. Yep.
Yeah.
Brutal.
And it's in like the second area of the game. It's so early on. Alright, spooky coffin. It's Marv? What? Oh, this is also Marv. So Lady in the Event Horizon, same as Magic Lady been wandering on our side? She's been crossing over dimensions?
What is Marv doing here?
And also is a vampire.
Legendary Immortals, supposedly? Did we hear that? I don't think
He
so.
did, apparently.
Crimson Nobles.
The Crimson Nobles.
Oh, that was like a book, I think, maybe.
Oh. Oh, what a windbag. Yeah, well, I'm pretty legendary myself. Fuck you. I might destroy the world one day, huh? What do you think about that?
The Kyber.
Is this our sixth party member?
What if you get to, like, choose your six? You walk around, you find this person, or you find the dog?
How very Phantasy Star 4. I hope it's not true though, because we've just come here and found her, and that means we didn't choose the dog. Would the dog be in the werewolf cave? Would you have to do that shitty dungeon to get the dog? I guess she's going back to sleep? No, she forgot something.
Elect zaps anyone in front of you?
Okay, I guess she's coming with. There she is. I'm here now. Marv.
You here now?
She was breaking our name convention a little bit.
A little bit.
I think that the name convention was gone once you put one in with lowercase o. There was no sense. What little sense there was.
Weapon,
anyway,
hob,
was
and
gone.
knob. Yeah, we went. Fingalin? Sure.
I like this portrait coming in on the diagonal.
What's your deal?
High vitality. High attack.
Get
red power. Does that mean force? Is that what they mean?
Powerful
What is it?
mole type attacker.
Is that an
Cubely?
O or a Q?
I think it's a Q. Wait,
Q.
is it a capital A? No. I don't know,
Probably.
dude.
That shouldn't be the hard part. Trying to figure out what the attack does should be the thing, but we can't even figure out what it says. Can't even read English anymore.
You want the locations? I'll
points.
tell you.
Alright, hold on. Why didn't you ask? Large island far north of Maria, west of Silver. Near the Silver region. Near Gilgalad.
Near GG.
Not my fault. Ask the people who live there.
Good idea. Yeah, so smart.
Well, she's not a dog from another dimension, but I guess a vampire is pretty cool.
Alright, one was near here. Forgot about this music.
Yeah, me too. But like, forgetting about it would imply that like I'm remembering it now, but I don't. It's like I'm hearing it for the first time. That's a good one. What is this run animation? I love that. She's doing the Samurai Pizza Cats.
Oh yeah. I don't know what's good for her. She's like a physical attacker, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we should wait until we fight a battle or two.
This guy finally got his romance on. Just not praying hard enough.
Pray the dragons away. Library.
Lord of the library.
The term is librarian.
Lord Librarian.
One of my favorite jokes is I've seen it in a lot of different forms, but it's hold on. No, he's not. He's got nothing to say. Okay. Let me just look up.
Southeast. Alright. Where is this dragon? Let me in. Waypoint Shield. It's just here. Looks like we could have just flown around and found these anyways.
I guess so. Except for that one we couldn't get to because it's in a weird lake.
What is this tune?
Let me do it.
Giga Poison. Alaga Tiger.
Alaga Tiger. Look at his face. Oh man, he knows how stupid he looks. He's like, hey,
Oh, these
I
costumes.
can't believe they put me in this game. What am I even supposed to be? I just have tiger hands and feet instead of alligator. Oh. It just explodes.
We just run up and clock this guy.
Alright, that was some decent experience and money at least.
We got real poison.
I have to go buy like 30 antidotes or something at some point.
It's special.
You'd think our new special character could do something with it.
You would think. Probably like nothing. Yeah, right. No.
But it's
Why?
like the bombs are on the floor and it's so high up. It's timed? Oh, that's why it's high up, so that you can hit it from high up. If you end up on top of the wall. I guess. I thought you were on there.
Why was it bombs? What? Oh!
Oh,
Earthquake?
nice.
The rug of the room?
The third tool.
Every wooden box and cracked wall in the room.
You just fuck them all up.
Weird. And not particularly useful?
Maybe the third one's less about progression and more about just
Utility.
like convenience, yeah. Well, maybe there will be rooms in this dungeon that make us really glad we had an earthquake. I wonder if they mean ley line instead of ray point. That's a good thought.
Oh.
Cool.
Shit. What?
They didn't even... You gotta do it again? Get him going again? Look at all them boxes. Nothing. Does it care about height?
Oh, is this like a...
Oh.
Oh. This went way down. Okay.
You gotta be high.
Hi.
They give you the ability to do like destroy a whole bunch of boxes at once, and then they put a line of boxes.
They give you a bunch of boxes and you don't use it?
No, you can't really get a sneaky diagonal. What?
What? That doesn't count?
That one's got stuff on top of it.
Well, fuck you, game.
Oh, it's tough. No, I think you want to go further left. I think you go further left than the boxes fall left. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
A lot of war respites.
Mm-hmm.
Respites.
3, 4. Okay.
What animal is that?
I don't know. It's like a fennec or something. So the word alligator has the part gator has exactly the same stress pattern as tiger.
So it could have been Alatiger?
Tiger. It fits perfect.
do kind of like Alaga Tiger better.
Like it, it does fit the way it looks a little bit better, I think. It reflects the sort of slapdash nature of the whole thing. Oh.
What?
This is dangerous.
Bye.
I'll just start falling at different rates for no reason.
For no reason.
It's getting lined up on the diagonal and go. Oh, shoot. You gotta cancel it or something. I almost feel like you could have walked up there, but if you were dashing, you couldn't or something. I don't know. Wait, why was that way easier?
I don't know.
Did the proximity to the shockwave change anything? The epicenter? 4 more respites? Whoa!
Scrabble? If it's apple? Scrapple?
Scrapple and Razapple.
Razapple.
This dungeon's all about nice. Except for when Fine's Fireball is the only thing necessary to get through. Oh, you're gonna get trapped. Yep. Just go ahead and see. Maybe it's something.
Oh. Now we went backwards.
That's true. That diagonal puka move was a little bit janky. Like maybe you're not even supposed to have the... Oh, no, you use the earthquake to get through here. Yeah, I don't know. Whoop.
Do it. What the?
You did this perfectly. And then all of a sudden...
It's the camera angle. This one. Here we go.
Just a tiny little bit. Is it... Do you gotta time it right? Is it actually like kicking it forwards?
I don't know.
Whoa, good restraint.
What the?
Whoa.
I
You
hit
fell
I hit
off
that
facing
button
left.
so far into the past. Oh man.
It really doesn't make any sense what's happening here. Standing on top of it, slamming down.
See if the life drain's any good. It sucks.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't know about Marv, man. I think Marv's out. Mastered Rock Gazer.
Oh.
That's kind of skill drain. That's a different kind of skill drain.
Xeno said blue mage at some point. Drain red power, yeah, equals she's a blue mage. I thought he was making some kind of joke about colors,
Yeah, me too.
but they were just trying to help us.
What?
Oh? Wait, can you just walk around? You could probably do a janky diagonal. No, you can't walk around.
Why is it? Why didn't it reset?
I don't know.
I gotta go this way.
Just do the diagonal. It'll be fine. Stupid game.
Stupid game.
It wasn't even like a timing puzzle. Yeah, I honestly think it might be intended. You were on a different square this time. Yep. Oh. Oh. Yeah, or that. The chest. Is that a duplicator chest?
No.
Oh.
Cromwell. How's a Cromwell?
Gotta be for nice. It's his dungeon.
Very good.
I don't know. I just searched for trapezohedron. Now I'm gonna type in Cromwell. The Cromwell coat of arms. And then if I scroll down, there's a jacket. It's kind of a long coat. Something like a Sherlock Holmes might wear. It's the kind of thing that I think looks extremely cool, but I'm not confident enough to pull it off and could never own.
Does it look cool like 100 years ago and like maybe today kind of creepy?
No. Well,
well,
depends. No, I think if you get... It's like some Hitman stuff. Kind of boss, huh?
Geonite. G-Knight. B. Spriggan.
Like, I think this looks pretty cool.
Okay. It's fashionable.
Yeah. Although the material looks kind of cheap there.
Hmm.
There are other ones that don't look so cheap. All right, time to fight this Spriggan.
Let's go. Sky Eye. It's probably bad.
Yeah, everything's bad until you upgrade it.
Mm-hmm. Meteor code. Uh-oh.
Oh no. It's gonna reflect skill drain. You're gonna drain yourself, and you're gonna learn nothing. Yeah, it bounced. Now, will it bounce again? This is the question.
Get red power. Shield.
It's a body part that, like, makes sense.
Well, belly makes sense. Belly.
Dragons have horns and claws and wings, and all of these things are more distinctive and dangerous than their belly.
Belly.
He healed you? But did he actually, though? You're missing with that, like, 1,500 health.
No, he did. Because he attacked us for more.
Oh.
I don't know why he healed. Like, did I hit him with rocks and it like healed him, but then he reflected it and then it healed me? Is that crazy?
Why would rocks heal you?
Because it healed him when it reflect. I don't know. Marv's leaving.
Get out
That's
of
all
here,
I know.
Marv. The lawnmower.
Miss.
That's okay, the lawnmower didn't miss. You gotta stop healing this guy, Jorv.
Oh, the holy damage might heal him too? Oh man.
You can change equipment, right?
Yeah. I can shoot guns too. That's fine. I can just heal us. That's cool. Come here. Just hit him. Yeah. Shit. I forgot about it. Just shoot him. And then hit him.
I don't think I made a clip of it, but I was fighting a Final Fantasy V boss called Odin, who absorbs holy, and I was using the very, very strong holy weapon Excalibur, and using... I think I was dual wielding them, and then using X-Fight to attack him 4 times with each weapon, so 8 hits. And... Oh boy. Okay. Y is still up.
He went before all of us.
Yeah, that's scary.
Divide. Shit.
It's really disappointing that that can just miss. Anyway, I foolishly attacked him and healed him for 8,000 health. And was like, boy, that was dumb. And then did it 2 more times in a row after that. The 3rd time I was literally just like banging my head on my desk. And Mid-Boss and Andy were racing with me and they were just like, what are you What are you doing? What's going on over there?
Oh.
You got him. Bazookas. Bazookas always win.
Bazookas.
Mow the lawn, blow him up, get him out of here. Didn't use a card.
Dead hat. Dead heat. A little different. What was that sound?
Beep.
What? What?
Someone just locked their car in the parking lot.
Whip, whip. Wild ass
Yep.
noises.
When this game starts making noises, you gotta start to wonder. Dungeon's not over, huh?
No, surprisingly. I thought that was like the big night of the dungeon. Another one of these rings? It's this way. The stain.
Giant fist.
I like big fists.
And I cannot lie.
That's right.
You other brothers can't deny.
You really can't.
His strength is so much higher
It's really
than
high.
everyone. I guess Marv's strength isn't even that high.
No.
Sorcery, not that high either. There's just kind of nothing going on for poor Marv.
Unless the skills you steal are like really good.
Yeah.
Which I don't think so. So far.
I mean, it depends, right? Like, often in Final Fantasy games, the blue mage ends up being the most broken thing in the game if you know what to steal, how to get it. You were just so sure that earthquakes were going to be the answer to this problem.
Just wanted to knock the domino down. I don't know. Look at this guy.
Hello.
Atlas. Water gun.
This guy looks like he's made out of some kind of food. I don't know.
Some kind of ball.
Some fried something.
Something. Zuna's got an
Zuna's-
idea. Knock the domino
Set him
down.
up.
Can you imagine
The
if that was the
screensaver.
answer?
That would truly be some La Mulana garbage.
Shit,
Whoop. Sorry.
not that one.
What is that? Chomu. Horrifying. The power of an earthquake could not knock that over, but one swift kick. There it is.
That was at least 4 kicks.
He was actually kicking it multiple times. It wasn't just replay.
That's right. Yeah, fuck.
What I really like about your Earthquake the Domino plan was that you did it while you were in the groove where the domino would fall.
Uh-huh.
That was nice.
Mr. Domino does not stop.
I did think it looked like a Doom Guy face, but it was clearly not right. Oh, you went for it. Did you get it? Oh, nice. You don't want to try to steal stuff from Giga Poison?
No.
Just completely written this character off. Toxic Breath, though.
Oh yeah, and then we can miss Toxic on every boss from now on. That would be fun.
I don't know, that one lizard poisons that other lizard at the start of every boss fight.
So when we fight him again, we just poison him? Here we
It's
go.
number 2. This whole dungeon has been themed around him,
Yeah?
but it's like, why? Hey, nice. You
Well,
with
just
a deceptive
deceptive
shadow in your
shadow.
heart.
Directly to my heart? Is that what you
That's
mean?
not what I said at all. It's not even close to what I was saying.
Hey,
Spirit of Geo.
nice.
If you want to liberate the Raypoint I control, you must expose the truth. It's gonna go into his backstory.
It's gonna be a 1v1?
Lies turn to shadows and fall as night, losing the Raypoint's light. Until you reveal your true self to me, the Raypoint won't be released. But before he can admit the truth to this guy, he has to admit the truth to himself.
My heart has it lies. I am me, but I am not myself. That's the truth.
Other truth. It's a ruse or a rouse.
A rose.
What if this thing was like, nah, I'm totally an obstacle, and then just like boss fight starts?
You couldn't possibly fall asleep to this game. It's too wild.
I don't know, we just wordlessly buttoned through about 50 boxes of dialogue. Mostly I felt if I said a single word, I would be unable to follow the conversation.
Future possibility. Force boost. Three times the normal force. The super mega bazooka?
Do you think we'll get a crystal that just like, hey, you can use your arm now? I fixed it. There you go.
We're just out.
Our big dragon wagging his tail, happy to see us. There's a little thing here.
Bullet load.
Somehow not close enough.
Alright, next boss, definitely lucky card. Definitely.
We'll have Nice shooting all of his guns every turn. We'll have Y healing with first aid every turn. And then the other person is just going to be chucking cards. Twitch has this thing where if you do basically anything that's 6 letters or less, it will just assume it's a link and hyperlink it. So now we have to deal with a link to breastmail.com being in the chat for a little bit.
It's not a link for me.
God, I'm so curious. Oh no? I totally have it. Did that say Mr. Therian? He's dead. 2,000 experience though.
You kind of hurt. Oh shit.
You were just spinning the camera, weren't you?
Gasnoid first?
What is it? Is it a bunch of gas coming out of a set of clothes?
Yeah?
God, the resistances are messing us up.
I'm gonna go like save or something.
Yeah. Good thinking.
After I waste all my money. Sky High. It's bad. That one's actually group instead of all. Seems bad. Seems like all around kind of bad.
20 damage, low hit, low bullets? Well, go back to Multi-Blast. Like, how much damage is that?
It's level 4.
Like, what the fuck? It's got a higher hit rate, higher bullets, very comparable damage. So disappointing. Every gun is... It's just like, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Palace Village, island to the north.
It's March 1st. That means we're 12 days away from Mystery Tournament Finals on the big Games Done Quick channel. I got some testing. Well, it's not testing. I guess it's more just like getting familiar with some of the games. Or commentary, but I don't know. I might just want to not do that and just react to things. Not sure yet. But I think we've ironed out what should be where.
Waypoint's right here.
Waypoint Flam.
I don't need to ask the people in the village where it is. It's right there.
What is this village, though?
It's Palace Village.
You were asking where the end game shop is.
Ooh. What is this? The rent shop? Oh.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to Mystery Tournament.
Oh, is this
and...
the village where Fine was at the very beginning?
Oh. Maybe.
I think so. Pretty sure. Oh, here we go. Kind of.
Except we're about to go into a series of dungeons
Where people
themed
get
around
good stuff.
yeah, each character getting what might be their best stuff in the game or whatever.
There's only 4 of them. Who gets left out?
Is there only 4 ray points? Oh yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, the stuff you get is just way better.
Way better.
Save the money for lawnmower.
The question mark shop. Racked up a lot of points, but oh, these, yeah. Marv. When you upgraded, he says, "Oh, you look tough now." Oh, let me explain. Spunky little thing. Can you switch to her and then talk to her again? Hello again.
This guy's a little weird.
Overall, can't complain. Why do all these random NPCs know about these ray points? You don't even get anything.
Yeah, it is like right next to their village.
I mean it like more like the term ray point. Like is that just a thing in this world? Everyone's like, yeah, of course ray points.
Haven't done a booty call in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing.
I guess it's because we haven't been in a new area in a long time.
Yeah. Okay, goodbye. Let's just walk into our dragon who's twice the size of this town.
So I guess this is going to be Fine's dungeon? Special new thing to make
Change
these
route.
blocks go away. Goes from blocks to gems. And then if you do it again, it turns into blocks? So all the gems and all the other dungeons you can turn into blocks now?
Just the large ones.
Oh. There have been a couple large ones.
Yeah.
That's interesting to think about.
I want to say there wasn't like anywhere we missed in a lot of the early places. Never know though.
It's Giga Flame.
Alright, these
So
guys
Nice is-
definitely water gun. Smithereens.
Smithereens.
Oh, man. Or we could just hit them. Okay.
Hit him for so much damage.
Oh, then we heal? 1091?
That's a
1350?
chunk.
This is a chunk.
Just don't get smithereensed again.
Yeah.
0.
Oh, wait, what? Alright.
Gotta light the right ones. Or all of them. Okay.
Okay. Door up top.
Knife.
That ain't right.
Was there anything that anyone did at all in the other one? Or was it all nice?
It was all nice. Like, we just used Puka by chance.
Oh yeah. What is this gonna do even?
Oh,
Oh.
this is a door there, right?
Yep. You gotta like clip the corners. Well, you could just ice through the cross in the middle afterwards.
Or,
Got him.
I feel like we should go back to that other room.
Hmm. Yeah, I would have thought the one you had to hit a special switch for would have been progression, and this would have been the side area. But once you go to a whole nether room... This is funny. Sometimes you end up doing this weird seesaw thing where you go the other way and that one goes like 2-3 rooms deep and you're like, ah, shit.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Empty room. Not empty room.
I was up here.
Small room. 1 treasure chest.
Gimmel.
Nice.
Man, we never need to use those.
Good night, Firma.
Good night. I think we'll probably stop after this one. This dungeon.
Yeah.
Holy tablet.
Giving it to Marv. No.
My bad. Herbal.
Just not quite. Oh, it runs out over time. There's always like just 2 or 3 enemies in each of these dungeons.
Yeah. Gauntlets.
Perfect for fine. To up her. Actually, it might be defense. Maybe she'd like that. Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
They're good.
If the boss ever starts one-hitting us with our healers and squishies, we can give them some gauntlets. Alright. I guess, do you want to do a half circle and do some cross-room shots? It's just gonna go in the middle. Try and hit all 8. He's ruined everything.
Ah.
Saved it. What? Abundant flames.
Getting a little spicy.
Sure is. But I guess it is the flame ray point.
Flam.
Flam.
Mr. PUBG,
Mr. PUBG.
With the ray.
Just in time for this boss fight. Identical boss fight.
Another guy with a shield.
Who absorbs a different element this time. And we're still just gonna shoot him with a bazooka.
Mirror coat.
Still doing mirror coat.
Ugh.
Ow. Oh, the cards.
Cards, though.
So we already know he's gonna give 15,000 experience.
Yeah, I guess so.
So now we can, like, you could use 2 cards and see the amount as an experiment.
High berry.
I like when his shield runs out, he just like holds it to the side.
Come on. Caloric Nova.
Uh-oh. Yeah. We have come close to losing Y on a couple of attacks.
Not one more. 36,000?
Alright. So maybe he didn't give 15, maybe he gave 18.
18.
And it doubled once.
Tiara.
I think that's the only way the numbers work out nicely. Did we miss some stuff? I don't remember getting a new weapon and armor for Fine.
No.
Oh, that's like the halfway point, though. All right. Okay.
Oh, I forgot about the dead heat.
Oh. I forgot
Best
that the old
vest.
armor was the best vest.
It was the best.
It's not.
But it was.
It was the best.
Dumbrella. Ah, 42 berries from the start of the game.
Just remember. That's true. The Cromwell isn't a vest. It is the
Ooh.
best vest. It's just not
The
the best
loophole.
armor. Oh, the fire. Now this is Ray Point Flan. Hey, but now you gotta do some corner clipping, right? There would be no other way.
Maybe you could hit it from like up there. Maybe. Quest. Gobble it up.
Yeah, we could really use it. Those berries only did so much.
There's some stairs there. I guess you can fall in and just take damage forever.
It's another one, at least. Got him.
What's this?
If you hit the red one, it should get rid of those ones. Oh. The Jorf senses were tingling. No corner can hold me.
Dwarfing hard. What was that?
It went by pretty quick.
Blue Blazer.
There it is.
Different from Lord Blazer.
Oh right, you can just run on it.
Hobo
Hobo Calbo? What?
Google that one. Do weapons even matter? They just raise her attack, but not like her sorcery?
Correct. I'm getting absolutely 0 hits for anything that looks like an umbrella.
But you're getting some hits?
No, it's just... I don't know. Pueblo keeps coming up. Which is just Spanish for something. assume Spanish. Spanish for town. Did you have to rotate the camera to get that on
That
screen?
last
for it
one,
to
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's time to confront our inner self. Who's that? Is that you, Grandma? Show me your powers. You!
Supreme sorcery. Well, we might as well just turn around now.
It would be impossible. Furthermore, because we suck.
Can't do this, I'm gonna blow it. Where sister shows up. I like this. You didn't give up like I did.
I feel like we did once, though. The special spell. Fisapocus. Sure. I'm okay. I'm fine.
I literally don't know if that was like capital F name or that's just what the text was.
I think that's just what it was.
That one's a little cheesy. For a character who literally she needs to do something. She hasn't done it, right? She's tried and failed. I feel like it's not enough to just have this conversation where it's like, no, you're good. Like
Just a little pep talk.
She should do something and succeed at it. Well, I don't know. The game's not over. We'll see. Maybe this will inspire her to do it.
Guess we did it. Dual cast.
Just be twice as good.
Just a little bit of the music there. Back outside,
to
the
the
red
man.
dragon. Look at that tail
Happy to
going.
see us. You
Oh, it's
can't
just
hide
going.
it. He's been stuck in that volcano alone for so long. He's so happy to have company.
Oh boy.
Big tsundere mecha dragon. It's not like I'm happy to see you or anything.
Forgot about Monster Island.
Yeah.
Well, alright.
There's other ray points out there somewhere. But you're gonna have to come back next time. I'm not fully confident in our ability to find these things easily.
Don't think so? So far, they've just been green dots on the map. I can find green
Yeah.
dots.
Until, like, you can't land there.
We can
And then it
land
gets
so many
weird.
places now.
So we're missing... What did we do? Near Guild Gallad and near
North of
west of Sylvaland? North of Maria?
North of Maria.
There's Sylvaland and Silgi still. Which is going to power up what? Y and 1? I really don't know.
Yeah.
Y is a Loa priest or whatever who already like talked to the guardians or whatever. So I feel like they've already had a powering moment. We already went into the memory shelter with 1. So I could see that being their moment and they don't get one of these. The main character has his whole thing going on with the bad guy transformation. So I could see he doesn't get one. And then Marv is just like a weird outcast on our team in a lot of ways. So I could see them not getting one also. So I really don't know what to expect from the remaining hours of Wild Arms.
We gotta find the dog. Where is that? So we gotta put up posters. We gotta do something.
Have you seen? He's about the size of a house. In the cutscenes, anyway. In game, he was just kind of normal size. He might be out there somewhere. If you want to see us try to find the dog and not get lost at all looking for the next ray points, you can follow this channel where we'll be playing more Wild Arms on Wednesday?
Tomorrow? Wednesday?
Wednesday
Wednesday.
is better, I think. At around, I don't know, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We might be a little bit further on sleep schedules. We'll see. But around
Definitely
evening
evening
nighttime,
time, yeah.
Eastern time. But you should follow the channel anyway, because Jorf streams here. He's maybe done with Grapple Dog forever.
Yeah. Well, actually, I didn't actually beat the game.
Oh, that's true.
I could still beat the game. Or I could be done forever. It's a tough decision. But
You're
if
not going to remember anything about Aeterna Noctis if you don't play it soon.
No, that's true too.
So I'm looking forward to seeing those at some point. So if you are too, you should follow the channel. And that's all I got.
That's all we got. Oh, just in time for the dominoes to come in.
Perfect.
The goodbye dominoes. Just go lay down like these dominoes are doing.
I'm going to raid Jimmy Poopins, friend of the channel. He's trying to get that Ninja Gaiden world record, I assume, still. That's what he's doing.
Over 300 days in now.
So impressive. Go stop by, cheer him on, wish him luck, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye.
Bye.